Hello, how's it going? It's Grim coming back here again one more time. God damn, actually, yeah. That's kind of like the thing, really, I feel. Like, in some sense, it kind of makes me think a little bit of everything, really. It's like, philosophically speaking, there's a lot of thoughts in which it can change like the course of history, how we actually shift our minds towards like a more aligned common subconscious, where we kind of like have that kind of like agreement that yeah, the version of freedom that is being told is the better version of freedom than the one previously. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, conceptually speaking, we all have our own little versions of like absolute freedom about everything. And the reasons why that is because like we kind of go through thinking what is the ideal situation for something, basically. And it's like the reason why to some degree freedom is kind of necessary is because like you kind of need to have some kind of like shock sometimes, because we wish to bend our freedom to let the ones next to us have some other level of freedom, basically. So it kind of becomes a little bit of that differential idea where we're like, education kind of becomes kind of a confusing thing, basically, because it's kind of like, yeah, education as how far you wish to behave. And it's like, education can bring you a little bit of a better outcome towards what you truly wish, instead of just letting the dice decide for you sometimes. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, in some shape or form, if you think about it, it's kind of like very, very difficult to have a little bit of a complete control over everything, really. It's like, the only reasons why you're capable of doing such things is because you have emotionally invested into more people, so you can actually keep spreading your ideas onto other people if they decide to do so, basically. And if there's more people deciding to choose to like have some kind of social connection with you, some level of social bond with you, then that becomes a consensual agreement over what freedom truly is, basically. And it's like, if there's some level of consensual level of psychic freedom in some level, then you can reach that freedom in a more easier way, because there's that level of consent, basically. There's that level of like, there's the values that have the storefront of the values that have been put in front. Therefore, there can be an actual conversation with individuals who have their own ideas and who have had their thoughts coming to fruition, basically. But that's kind of like the thing a little bit. It's just kind of like, philosophically speaking, nobody is actually truly free in some sense. Again, it's like the only true person who is free is the one who was born out of nothing, and the one that was probably just omnipotent at birth and was like, again, only able to manifest everything to its liking without any kind of like differential thought over everything, basically. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's just like, that entity is the only thing that is probably truly free of everything. But in some sense, that entity could in itself choose to stop being free of everything, because it could have just been stopped being passive, and it could have just created other things in order for you to kind of like have that kind of like idea that is like, yeah, well, I am suddenly bound to this thing because I kind of have to take care of it because I created it. Something, my son really needs a new pair of shoes, and I have to like manifest something, come up with something, maybe give him a pair of shoes or something. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing if you think about it. It's like we are bound basically, but by what we kind of like care about, essentially, in some sense. And if we actually do think about it philosophically and how we wish to be free of everything, well, the only truly essence in which you can be absolutely free of everything is if you're alone in space trying to manifest something out of nothing, and that you were born out of nothing, that you have no strings attached to anything. So in a sense, it's kind of like, it kind of makes me think a little bit about like what is like the right take on people who are too compassionate and wish to for everybody to be equal in some sense. And it's like, unfortunately in some sense, everybody is different, and because everybody is different, everybody's gonna have some level of liking to you. So that's kind of the thing. It's like everybody's gonna have some level of liking to you, basically. Not everybody is gonna like you specifically on 100%. There's gonna be people who are gonna like you. There's gonna be people who are gonna hate you. There's gonna be people who are gonna hate the fact that you want everybody to like you. And and even although that you're being the most compassionate person on earth, there are gonna be people who are not gonna be consensual towards that common ground of things, basically. So that's kind of like the thing. If you think about it, it's like, I guess that's kind of like, it's all about consent, basically, to reach some level of freedom. It's like, philosophically speaking, no one is truly free, but we believe that freedom is a connection in which there's two consensual entities, and they say, yeah, we consent to this, and we can continue with that consent, and we will be the most free within that consent specifically. So because of that, it just kind of becomes like a little bit, that kind of breeds more freedom rather than to submit yourself to everything. Because if you consensually submit and become submissive and just become devotee to something, your life basically becomes, you consent to essentially being a weapon of mass destruction in every instance, basically. And it's like, if you consent to do that, are they truly respecting your own individuality, or are they just using you as a tool of some sort? Are they just specifically using you so they can fulfill a purpose, and they will lead you towards your ultimate freedom of everything, even although that ultimate freedom of everything is just kind of like something that a lot of people don't really necessarily consent to in some sense. And it's like, yeah, that is kind of like the thing, really. It's like, philosophically speaking, existence is the most important thing, and time is the most important thing. And if you have both of these things, you can continue existing, and you can consent to even more things that are created in this world. If you have the ability to consent to even further things in this world, then you can absolutely reach that state of mind in which you can actually understand, like, that there's something beyond the closed-minded aspects of your mind, basically. So in a sense, I think that even people who are desperate enough to reach the ultimate freedom or philosophically achieve that level of ultimate freedom, I think it is the most essential thing to consider that time will let them reach that point. time will ultimately be the all decider of everything when it comes to people who are depressed and that they feel like there's nothing else there to live. So, in a sense, I think that in some sense, if you think about it like that, consensual unalivings, if you think about it like that, is probably one of the most idiotic things that you can allow someone to do. Because it's not necessarily something that they should even consent, but it's more something of a philosophical argument that you're gonna have to like, that one is gonna have to like undertake in order for the other people to for the other person to understand that this is not the way to do it, basically, and that there's plenty of other things that they can consent to have some level of freedom and satisfaction within the realm of existence of humankind, in some sense, basically. So yeah, it's like depression can happen in such a deep end, basically. Like, depression will happen. Depression will ultimately happen in the worst way possible. And destruction will come upon those who are too depressed to even reach that level, basically. So, in some sense, why the fuck is this place called Uncest? I just realized this, but anyway. In some sense, I kind of like, the more that I kind of like see it, if one person was ultimately too happy at some point in their lives, it means that there was a reason for them to live. If there was a reason for them to live, there is a reason for them to continue seeking that task elsewhere if that happiness withers away. So if they're capable of achieving the ultimate happiness in some sense, they are capable of finding happiness elsewhere if the happiness that was in origin is no longer there, in some sense. So in a sense, it just makes philosophical sense that any individual who is in a weak state of mind becomes a little bit, returns to his self-awareness and his freedom, and therefore him to continue the quest towards something worthwhile in some sense, basically. So yeah, I think that's kind of like the essence of what it really means to have some level of humanity, basically. It's just that humanity, it's in its own core, philosophically speaking, if there was some level of happiness that they have reached, either it's a happy memory with a family member, or like a girl, a boy, or whatever, if there has been some level of that, if anyone has ever reached that state of mind, they are capable of reaching out to time itself, and they can rearrange themselves to reach that height or something similar in some sense, and it's just a matter of time at that point, basically. So yeah, in a sense, if one man is capable of feeling happiness or feeling some sense of satisfaction in the world, then they are capable of experiencing that again in some other time. It's just a matter of time for them to reach that, and it's just a matter of patience in order for them to reach that ultimate happiness that made them in some shape or form happy, basically. So that's kind of like the core of like what really happens in the mind of like a lot of people who have this kind of like this concept that there must be an eternal, that in order for them to fulfill their purpose, they need to abolish some kind of like big nemesis in order for them to reach that point. And it's like, why does the nemesis exist? Why does the nemesis exist in its own way? And it's mainly because the nemesis was chosen by the nemesis itself at some point. the nemesis sang themselves as the nemesis. And even sometimes, whenever the nemesis doesn't even realize that they're the nemesis, it just becomes a little bit of a disingenuous, sneaky snake battle where you don't know who truly your enemy is. And if you don't know who truly your combatant is, then how can you consensually even have fun in that fight? If anything, it just becomes a battle of a weakling authority over a man trying to find their purpose in this entire world. And in some sense, that makes it, in some sense, the form of authority that acts as a snake in order for them to achieve their ultimate goal makes them look even more of a weakling if they purposely hide themselves in some shape or form, because it means that they don't even trust themselves to some degree to be an authority of good to begin with. They just don't really trust themselves to some degree, so much that they have to hide themselves among the people. So in some sense, it just shows that if there's some level of people who like have that kind of like thinking, it just shows that there's a lot of like vulnerable people who are willing to like manipulate as many people as possible in order for them to reach the ultimate good of things. So in a sense, it's just kind of like a self-singing attitude that kind of mentions that, yeah, well, our authority is not good enough, so we kind of have to pretend that we're something else, basically. And in some sense, it's kind of like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing sometimes. Is like, how many authorities in this world sing themselves to be something else? And it's like, yeah, that is very, very true, basically. There are too many entities in this world who sing themselves to be something else. Playing bass, yeah. Or is like, in some sense, that kind of shows the attitude that a lot of them have taken at that point, that they're willing to be the snake that petrifies anything that opposes them. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. Sometimes I think that, in short, how many people wish to have an authority over others? And the reasons why they do it is because they wish to have some level of like control over what they can and cannot manage, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. And it's like, in some sense, I'm not saying that authority is terrible. I'm saying that if an entity sings themselves to be some form of authority that isn't necessarily the authority itself, that is the one enforcing everything, it just kind of becomes a little bit of a headache to deal with, because it just becomes a little bit of like a misleading mission towards self-destruction and by confusion. It just becomes that kind of thing where it's like, if there's too many confusing attitudes towards towards what the final objective is, the true aspect of everything becomes blurred, and it just becomes a playful act to who can we accommodate to deliver the right message, rather than to actually delivering the right attitude and the right standpoint towards people, to have a genuine ethical and moral debate over what is truly the necessary acts needed in order for people to be educated into a more consensual, positive society, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, in some sense, it's kind of like a battle between savagery and authority through savagery, an authority through ethics and morals, basically. It's like, yeah, that's kind of like what difference you between a barbarian and somebody who is actually thinking, basically. That's kind of what divides you from that kind of ruling, basically. And I'm not saying that some physical form of things is unavoidable, because, well, yeah, that it should be ignored at all costs. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that in order for the true aspect of like ethics and morals to take place, you cannot really behave like as a beast to kind of like educate people. You cannot do that to educate people, because if you're not doing that, you're not educating people, you're dominating people, you're owning people, you're seeking the destruction of the weakling, and you're just only looking for that kind of attitude. Basically, you're just looking for someone to punch at that point, not because you wish to have a more human and end goal of ultimate freedom through consent. No, you're explicitly throwing consent out of the window and saying savagery is the way to go because I do say so. And because I do say so, then it means that there's no moral or ethical debate going through anybody's minds to even get to that point. And if there's no even any slight room for ethical or moral debate in any kind of instance, how can we truly say that these people are in the right mindset, in the right sane to be called the moral and ethical grounds for freedom and liberty? It just cannot happen. At that point, you're not an entity of freedom and liberty, you're just an entity of authority and savagery. And if you're an authority of savagery, well, at that point, what is the coin that you pay through other people? If you pay through the coin of savagery, you will get savagery as return, basically. So in that sense, it just kind of makes more sense. I kind of understand why some level of chaos was unveiled in some level, and it's because there was no philosophical debate. And why was savagery taking place? Because madness took place, and because mental illness took place, and because there was no room for thinking for things to kind of like take its course in some shape or form, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really, most of the time. I feel like a lot of people don't really give thought to any of those things, mainly because, like, I think that it just becomes like very difficult sometimes to reach to that state. Okay, let's see. Wait. Okay. That works. Ow. Okay, yeah, yeah, sure. Oh, now it's nighttime. That's great. So yeah, it's kind of like that kind of attitude. Basically, it just kind of becomes. It kind of becomes a little bit of this thing where it's like, what is the right attitude to take? Because pain and suffering will always ensure, but as long as we continue, like, pain and suffering will always happen, no matter what, basically. It will always happen in some shape or form. Always happens. You can say that you can avoid it, and you can make people high out of their minds of some sort, but it will come to us at some point, basically. But that's kind of the thing. The only thing that we can do sometimes is to reassure that we have the possibilities of giving people choices through time. Through time itself. And that time will be the ultimate healer of everything, basically. But yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like the thing, really, sometimes. It's like, I feel like within our modernities, within modern life, we have produced so many individuals who are so high out of their minds that whenever there's any kind of sense of negativity, they just become infected with a despair that is unavoidable, and it just becomes kind of like a very easily infectable human disease, basically. So if anything, it just shows that the education system in some shape or form has to evolve. It's not that it went wrong, because it was fulfilling its own purpose on its own circumstance. It's like, I feel like a lot of times when people say that, oh, the educational system is the problem, well, if you think about it in this way, every educational system has some reasoning to that madness to begin with. There's a reason to the madness to every single educational system. There truly is. And the reason why that is because we wish to protect our people in some shape or form. By making them stronger, smarter, more wise, more enduring, more everything, basically. And there's some level to that. Now, that being said, there's methods more efficient than others. And there are methods that work more in certain circumstances because the human condition that the collective subconscious is living through is different compared to someone who is living across the globe. So to go through saying that there's an ultimate solution to an educational system by exporting another educational system is ultimately a perfect recipe for cultural destruction. And it's a perfect recipe for madness in its own way to happen. It's a perfect recipe for madness. Just specifically because that's not how human beings work. That truly is not how human beings work. Human beings work in a sanity system, basically. That's how truly human beings work. Okay, cool. And I'm willing to bet 100% that the reason why these kind of crazy ideas happen sometimes was because there was a pretty girl involved in the midway. More often than not, that's really truly the reason. Because that's a prime motivator of everything, basically. That truly is like the essence of everything, if you think about it. Why chaos happens. Why people keep saying that women are the origin of all chaos. Because technically speaking, they are, even although that they do not wish to be. Like, really. And a lot of men kind of take that attitude and they say, well, women are the problem, so therefore I can deposit all my hatred towards women. As now, no, not really. It's just that more often than not, women are the initiator thought, the initiating thought that causes all these issues, basically. Doesn't mean that the individual that happens to be a woman is gonna be responsible for it. It's just a woman, not women in general. Just a woman caused this in some shape or form. Because when we start saying the women or the men or men and women are the problem, is when you start talking about mental illness at that point. And the funniest part is that you know how that mental illness gets cured sometimes? Bonding with people who have the same attitude. Sometimes that's your only cure. How ironic, isn't it? It's like bonding with the people that you kind of that you generalize seems to be the cure to everything. God fucking damn it, can you stop? Okay, you're gonna be like that? Okay, cool. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's just, specifically speaking, through all the experiences that I've gone through, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Okay, where the fuck is my digger? So yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, if there is to be some level of intellectual, like, how do I put it? Some respect of the intellectual debate, and if an academy of ideas is to be respected, you kind of have to, like, actually believe, like, actually do like use the knowledge that you have and you actually use it instead of just saying pretty little things that mean nothing. So yeah. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It just becomes a little bit difficult to kind of understand, but it makes sense why these things happen. And it's like, here's the thing. As poker behaves, the reasons why we have these structures in society are mostly because like a person sang them before us. Why that is because that person mattered in somebody's lives. And it's like as much of a logically driven brainlet that you are, and emotionally detaching yourself out of logic, out of like emotional logic, in order for you to kind of fulfill your authoritative purpose in your psychology. It's just that there's some level in which one needs to understand that there's reasons for things to exist, and there's reasons for things to be preserved, and not every single reason must be preserved or needed, but it can be curated for those who have some level of attachment towards it. And that is the reasons why we have historians, curators, and such, because we do those things to preserve the emotional attachment that some people have towards something. Really, that's kind of like the main reasons. That's kind of why it's a job. It's like, you're too emotionally attached to something, hey, here's a job about it, go do it. And it's like, in some sense, if you think about it, modernity itself has made us slaves to the brainlet of only technical knowledge, basically. It's like being slaves to the brainlet of absolute technical knowledge makes us a little bit more vulnerable to the kingdom of only technical knowledge about something. And it's like, in some sense, you can say that, yeah, technical knowledge will absolutely help us overcome any kind of like logistical trouble that may come in front of us, so therefore we must put it on top of everything. But it's like, yeah, sure, but you kind of have to understand that they're good at something. They're not good at everything. If you put them at the top of the world, they will solve a lot of problems through technical knowledge, but they will not understand the rest of everything. And if they don't understand the rest of everything, who is gonna understand it if there's nobody else who can fight in that front line? So, in a sense, that kind of becomes this kind of deal where it's just like, well, a brainlet can only do so much to kind of understand what is happening, really. And it's not to like minimize the capabilities of someone who has a lot of technical knowledge. It's just the fact that a lot of like that elevated divine semblance psyche is a little bit too inflated, too good for themselves, to the point that it just becomes the ultimate destruction of all humanity if we allow it to continue being that way, basically. So that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, they're really good at something, at technical knowledge, and they could turn us into robots if they so wished, basically. But it's at the end of the day, there's some level of like human skill that really is needed in order for people to actually have a fulfilling life, basically. And it's like diversity becomes kind of like this kind of debate where, like, specifically, diversity is kind of like really necessary for things to thrive. Why that is? Because if, in all irony, in all fucking irony, in the world of technical knowledge, do you know what happens when a person breeds too much with its own kind? Do you know what happens when they breed too much into their own kind? Tell them Spain, tell them France, tell them Englishmen, tell them monarchies of the world. What happens when you breed too much with your own kind? So even within your own technical knowledge, I think it makes sense to not make you the dominant thing of everything all the time. It just makes more sense to leave a little bit of emotional technical knowledge to other people, or even emotional knowledge to other people, or even knowledge about nature in its own way, or even knowledge about the vitality of people, the energy of people, and how they handle it and how they reach it through their own technical means, through their own methods, basically. So that's kind of like the thing. It's like there's methodology to every madness in some shape or form, and in some shape or form there's gonna be some madness that I understand, and there's gonna be some madness that I don't. And in some places that's gonna be alien to a lot of people, but it is just what it is. It is a diversified set of thought that will prevent us from becoming royal monarchy bastards of incestuous relationships, basically. I know some people are like, oh, but incest is so delicious, but like, no, I don't think so. I don't think so, you know. I know there's some white people out in the crowd who are like, oh man, incest is no longer in like motherfucking store. Oh gee golly, what the fuck? I was gonna fuck my sister after the stream ended, but like, it's just, even within the world of technical knowledge, it just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense, actually. So yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, it's like you can only go so far without having some kind of like recombination of genetic information, basically. Genetic information and diversity is, technically speaking, and strength is some form of strength, but you kind of have to realize that psychologically speaking, in order for you to kind of have that strength, there needs to be some combative stance and some from both entities in order for you to reach some level of consent and ultimate freedom at that point. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. Sometimes it's like bonding is necessary to reach that point. And yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like sometimes bonding can go wrong. There's a lot of reasons why that can go wrong. But as long as there's people willing to listen, it just means that there will be enough time for combination to take place. So that being said, it just means that there should be room for human bonding, consensual human bonding. Because if there's no consent in the middle, it just becomes an absolute unending battle where nobody agrees on anything. And it just becomes a philosophical debate that has no end. Because everybody has a lot of burnt in ideas about everything, basically. Okay, let's go here. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, and it's like, I feel like it's very difficult to kind of understand a little bit that there's people who of other places who have similar mindsets as other people. But the reasons why that is just because there has been some level of bonding within the media that they consume, basically. Okay, delete the base. Continue. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, awesome. So yeah, it's like, in some sense, here's the thing. And that a lot of people kind of like conveniently accept sometimes. People are ignorant. I am ignorant to some degree. I am ignorant until I am not. To claim that ignorance is a permanent state of mind is to concede reason that there is level for improvement for every single individual human being. And in that sense, it just becomes a dishonest argument that will continue towards the destruction of even conversation to begin with. So if there's no conversation to begin with, there's no way for human bonding. If there's no way for human bonding, there's no need for consent. And if there's no consent, it's just an absolutely unending battle of fire, an unending hell that will nobody will see the time of day, basically. So in that case, basically, it just kind of becomes a little bit more important to just kind of be like, hey, who is the one who is stealing away time out of people? Who is the one who is taking devotion into a weaponized thing that makes people behave in a submit to me or die situation? And once you kind of find that kind of argument, you can actually see the true enemy of things, in my honest opinion. And more often than not, the true enemy are individuals, really. Ideologies can be taken in so many stances, and historically, there has been literature that incentivize eliminating human beings. Through history, that has been a thing that happens. That doesn't necessarily mean that the trend needs to continue. It just means that one must be more careful as to what they're doing. One needs to be a little bit more listening to what the issues are actually at hand, and one actually does need to be a little bit less of a pussy in order for them to actually read what is actually happening in the psychology of the people who claim to be your nemesis in some shape or form. Okay, cadmium, cool. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's yeah, actually.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. I don't know how to put it like this, but like, yeah, that's kind of the thing.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, it's kind of like, in some sense, the more that I live, the more like I love the Legacy of Kain series. But the more that I live, the more I kind of see what is going on with people, and the more I kind of understand why certain acts of rebellion are necessary in order for you to reach that balance that is needed for humanity to actually have some good of fair, like, grounds for people to actually take place, basically. So yeah. Okay, cool. So we have indium and emerald and a little bit of cadmium, I think. Yeah, we have a lot of chromatic metal. Cool. Right. Okay, so let's go to Violet Point. So yeah, that's kind of like sometimes me as a person, I kind of like detached from society, to be honest with you. And I feel like it was the most sane that I think that I could have done. It was the most sane thing I could have done. View construction opportunity. Starship dock or approved tower. Pumping tower. Starship dock. Productivity. Approved tower. What the fuck is a pumping tower even? I feel like a starship dock is something that we really need, but oh, this is much productivity. Yeah, let's go with it.
Sentinel drones activated.
Okay, we take cover. Cool. So yeah, and sometimes that's kind of like the thing, really. It's just... Yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like why I detached myself from society in some shape or form, to be honest with you. Simply because, like, I think that the more that I encountered people who didn't think like me, the more I kind of like lost hope into realizing that, yeah, I'm alone in this world and nobody actually thinks like me. And maybe there's a few people that do, and it's gonna be a little bit difficult to kind of like live the world without people who actually think similarly to me. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing of like sometimes really it's like to say that you're not alone. It's kind of like a really shitty hint, actually. It's an incredibly shitty hint. It's the shittiest hint that you can tell to people, I think. It's like, in some sense, it's just like, well,
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
it's like, yeah, you can say that you're never alone, yeah, technically speaking, but philosophically speaking, sometimes you truly are alone, actually, philosophically speaking. And only it comes that you stop being alone when people actually like kind of like listen to you, actually. As like more often than not, people don't listen to you just because you're an individual. They listen to you because you have something to sell in your storefront, basically. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's I feel like it becomes a little bit difficult sometimes to kind of like become this salesman of like reason, because reason doesn't sell a lot of times. The thing that sells more often than not is just sweet little nothings, basically. That's kind of what sells. Okay. Current population 47 out of 79 max. Cool. So it's like, yeah, in some sense, if you think about it, you can have the most technically functional society that the world has ever seen, but they can be uncultured swines that just because they are intelligent, they just don't have any kind of vision of how to socialize in any shape or form. And it's like they kind of like give the blame to people who kind of think differently in some shape or form, because they do not think exactly like them. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's why does that happen? It's because people are terrified of finding other people, basically. They're terrified of being bound to another person in some shape or form. They're terrified of conceding their freedom to someone that will not give them any kind of like benefit in the long run, basically. But yeah, in some shape or form, I actually, as a person, I kind of like ended up just being this kind of person that is just like, yeah, fuck it, I'll do it myself. I'll break something. If I break something, I break something, but let's continue, basically. So yeah, if anybody is actually listening that doesn't have some level of authority, should I say, the best approach to things is to think of yourself as whatever moves you towards an objective. For me, it was, I think of myself as a gladiator in the Colosseum of life. I'm just a gladiator, like preparing myself for battle. And I'm going to be facing with people who are much dumber or much, like, very simple-minded in some shape or form, and that's just what it is sometimes. And it's like, it hurts that simple-minded people who make you happy don't necessarily give you the resources that you need, but sometimes the resources that you need are found elsewhere, basically. That doesn't mean that you should abandon them in some shape or form. It just means that just get ready to be disappointed, basically. Just get ready to be disappointed. And I feel like that's a better, healthier mindset. And that's the one advice I would give to people. Always be ready to be disappointed, but don't let your disappointment stop you from moving forward into learning about the people that you care about and the things that you care about, basically, the ideas that you care about, basically. Also, another grim top tip of the day, which I kind of repeat this quite often, but what is it? What was I gonna say? Do not worry. The end is always coming. Destruction will always come at some point. And you can try to predict what happens, but more often than not, the only thing that you can do is act upon the moves that have been done in the present to kind of ensure that in the future there won't be any trouble. The future is something that is alien to you and that you do not know. Therefore, the only thing that you can do in the present is to prepare for the future. But you cannot live in the future because you don't live there. So the past is the biggest teacher, but not the omnipotent figure of everything. The present is the information that you have and the time in which you can take action. And in the future is something that you will never know, but you can make it far better by expecting the worst, by preparing in the present, basically. So, yeah, in a sense, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like living in the future is kind of dangerous, the same way that living in the past is kind of dangerous, I think. Because living in the future, it sometimes means living in fear as well. Oh, what the fuck? And yeah, just because a teacher said a lot of great things about Amy, who has great tits, and that she's kind of pretty, and that he called them smart, doesn't really mean that she's smart. It just means that he just wants a piece of that ass, basically. So don't feel like the world is treating you unfair. It's just a horny teacher that wants out to fuck that piece of that ass at some point. Or money. Or both, even. So, I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, that kind of is what it is sometimes. Yeah, so yeah, always take the world with a bit of skepticism and a little bit of human knowledge. What is human knowledge, you ask? Think of it like tits, ass, dick, balls, nipples, beauty, nice hair, nice smell, pheromones, and fetishes. So yeah, take that into account. You can be as reasonable as you can be, but the most reasonable approach to everything sometimes is just ass. That's the most reasonable thing that you can say, basically. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of, honestly. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's true. That's very true, actually. That's insanely true, even. That's so true, dude. Wow. Why do I say so much truth, dude? I don't know. I don't know. I just say truth sometimes. God damn it. So yeah, in some sense, it's just kind of like, yeah. So any people who kind of like thinks of themselves that they're too smart for titties and ass, say to yourself, you can be smart enough to get tits and ass. You just have to learn the right things. Yeah. Man, why is the goddamn Minotaur so slow and sluggish? Fuel usage, AI pilot, or radar array. Okay, cool.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
And I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing is like, there's the right technical knowledge about getting tits and ass. Is like, here's the thing, okay? Like, hear me out, actually. So say that you like a musician girl, that she's kind of attractive and she's kind of hot, or that you're into an artist girl that she's kind of like, yeah, she has her qualities or something. It's like, okay, what, in which dimension does it make sense to learn about something? Right, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. You learn a little bit of musical knowledge, you get a little bit of like technical knowledge about what they actually care about, what the roots of their original mindset were, and therefore them to have some level of purpose in some sense. And given that there's no free will in that regard, and they were educated in some shape or form, basically, into behaving in a particular way, consider that the behavioral health of cultures can kind of like can like shift how they react to you. But consider that even although that is kind of true sometimes, the reality of things that you can only adapt to people who have lived the similar way that you have. So in some shape or form, you kind of have to look for the degenerates if you're the degenerate. If you're a degenerate that only likes to watch anime 2 on the weekdays, well, that's kind of like a bad sign to you, but there's a lot of degenerates out there who kind of are similar to you in some shape or form. So therefore, it is kind of necessary for you to kind of like continue being yourself in the most authentic way in order for you to find some kind of level of sanity with a companion at some level, at some point in the future. Yes. Because, like, let's be honest, a girl is not attractive unless they've done some, unless they've watched anime too. Like, let's be real, honestly. Like legitimately. Like, you haven't watched anime too, you're not a girl, actually, unironically. And a lot of boomers are kind of like, yeah, well, that's kind of insane, actually. I don't know about that. And to that, I would say, well, I'm not trying to date a boomer. I'm not trying to date a boomer. I'm trying to date an anime fan of some sort, actually. You know what I mean? It's like, I want a girl that actually has played some eroge or some visual novels or some bullshit, some Toho bullshit that has been consumed on some place, or maybe some video game. And it's like, in that case, it just makes sense that I continue being myself instead of kind of like forcing myself to be some kind of degenerate that pretends that they care about all these shit, basically. Like, I'm not gonna be into motherfucking Saturday Night Live on a Tuesday. What the fuck is that? Are you fucking daft or something? I'm not gonna be into Saturday Night Live. Maybe parodies of it, sure, but not Saturday Night Live itself. God, how simple are you? But that's just me, actually. You know what's funnier? You know what's, yeah, come close. You know what's funnier? You know what's fucking funnier? You know what's fucking funny? Philosophy. That's fucking funny. That's hilarious. The human condition is the biggest joke of them all. The fucking so if you don't laugh about the human condition as much as I do, I don't know about that, dude. You know, like, if you don't have some kind of level of understanding of the human condition, we're gonna grind ears at some point. Actually, it's just like if you don't understand human compassion in a critical level in which psychological ties bind us together in some inherently unending pain where we can never be free, then yeah, if you don't get that, I don't know, dude. Like, you're probably like watching trash reality shows about bullshit. Oh my god. Yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. Sometimes a little bit. It's like, you actually think La Boo Boo is kind of nice. Oh fuck, that's so tragic, actually. Like, legitimately, what the fuck's a La Boo Boo? What? And it's like, there's even. You know what's the funniest part, actually? Like, I used to like somebody who was into like Honey Boo Boo or whatever, those kind of like reality TV shows about kids with like, I don't know, some kind of like weird bullshit. I was so into that person, and I was like, oh god, what the fuck? Please tell me that I did not fall in love with this fucking R word. Like, honestly, when I heard that, I thought to myself, oh god, I fell in love with a Riri, actually. And I was like second questioning myself at that point. I was like, oh fucking god damn it, why did I fall in love with a Riri? God damn it. I was like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like, and you know what's the funniest joke of it all? Because of my human condition of how deep deadlocked I was into that person, I was like, oh dude, I ignored it because I like that person like well enough to look beyond that. And it's like, oh yeah, that's true. But it's like, the more that I kind of like kept collecting a lot of things, the more I was like, oh fuck, this is gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a headache and a half. That's gonna be fucking headache. Oh my fucking god. Please don't be annoying this entire time. Please don't be fucking annoying. Please don't be fucking annoying. Why do you keep saying this shit? Why do you keep reducing my sanity to smithereens? Why do you make things even worse for me? God fucking damn it. And it's like, in some sense, that kind of is like my fault, actually, because I kept like submitting 100% to that person, actually. Really? I was like, yeah, well, 100%, I agree with it because I fell in love with them and they gave me purpose in some shape or form, and that means something. That makes me feel things. She makes me feel things, and that's good enough. But it's like, God, on the other side of the page, she's kind of a Riri, actually. So, oh God, I don't know. It just kind of feels like a little bit of a, how do I put it? It's like, is it okay to date the mentally disabled? Is it I mean, I know I shouldn't joke about that, but it's like, is it okay to date someone who is mentally disabled? I don't know, maybe not, but yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. And I still love that person to the very depth, to the very ends of the earth, to some degree. I still love that person to some degree, but it's like, God, you're not the brightest banana in the bunch. Or yeah, you're not the brightest. You're not the brightest banana in the bunch, honestly. Or maybe you are, and you're just like high masking or something, which will make you a little bit more, which will make you understand you a little bit better, but still you're kind of like, God, what the fuck is going on there? What the fuck is going on inside of that brain? Why do I keep why the more that I keep digging, the more red flags I find within myself, within like that person, honestly. And it's like, oh fuck, oh God, please tell me that they're more technical than I think that they are. Please, 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 for the love of God. They seem smarter, they seem like really smart. Please tell me that they're just joking and they're just proving me that there's something else beyond them. Please, 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 give me a reason, please. I'm obsessed with this person. Please give me something, give me something, give me something. And it's just like, in some shape or form, I just ended up just being like, oh God, what the fuck do I do with this? Yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Sometimes it's like, I know that I'm pedantic within my own nature, but somebody who watches Honey Boo Boo is kind of a Riri, isn't it? I feel like it is. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird, actually. But yeah, in some sense, what I'm trying to say is like, I still care about that person deeply, but it's just like there was so many layers of disappointment that just made me go crazy, actually, a little bit. Yeah, kind of, a little bit. Or it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's like, okay, here's another thing. It's like, but women are kind of attractive when they actually look a little bit stupid, don't they? And it's like, a little bit, actually. Yeah, it's like, you know what it is? It's like, it's like, yeah, you're so stupid. You're the dumbest bitch that I know. Man, you're kind of attractive because you're stupid, actually. Unironically. Why? Because you have qualities that a lot of people don't have, and that's good enough sometimes. That's kind of good enough sometimes. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of like that sometimes. So yeah, I mean, I say these things like very lovingly. Actually, I just tell them because, like, honestly, like, yeah, it's just I say these things because they're still on my mind in some level of form. Actually, they like, And that's kind of the thing when it comes to relationships. Is like, even although that you say all these terrible things, the reasons why they still permeate within your mind is because you have some level of motherfucking affection to that person. Because they're still inside of you. Like the thing is, like when a woman whips out her female penis and they just penetrate your brain, it's just kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, well, your mind is kind of fucked actually. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, your brain is kind of fucked, and no other girl penis is gonna do it for you unless she actually whips it out and makes you suck it in some shape or form. And it's just like, oh man, it's over for me actually at that point. And it's kind of like, that is the tragic thing about the human condition sometimes. It's like, is it love or is it just conditioning? And it's just like, ooh, that's kind of a tough question a little bit, really. Maybe it's a little bit of both, if anything. So yeah, in some shape or form, it's just kind of like, yeah, a little bit of both, honestly. Okay, let's do a little bit of this. God damn it. That kind of looks nice. Oh yeah, and there's that kind of aspect, like honestly, where it's like, Sigmund Freud has said specifically that it's like, sometimes we seek people who kind of like resemble our mothers in some shape or form because that's what we're familiar with. Because technically speaking, it's like, yeah, technically speaking, you do wish to fuck your mother in some shape or form. I was like, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, when I look at a woman, basically, I just go, is she kind of like my mom? Because I kind of low-key hate my mom. And I don't want to think about my mom when I'm fucking another woman. So it's like, oh shit, actually, she kind of reminds me a little bit of my mother in some sort. And it's like, that kind of terrifies me in some shape or form, actually. It's like, oh, you kind of do look like well, not look like my mom, but you feel like my mom. I was like, if you feel like my mom, it makes me think that if I'm ever to dig down that person, an intrusive thought of it's gonna come through, and I'm just never going to be happy ever again because of that matter, because of that fucking thought. And at that point, you know what? It's better to stop. It's better to fucking pump up the brakes and just be like, hey, you know what? That's kind of nasty. I don't want anything to do with that, actually. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's like, there's psychological breaks that make me like behave in a particular way, and it's just like within my own freedom and within my own boundaries, I kind of like found myself that being ignorant sometimes is a solution to have a healthy mindset sometimes. It's like, I hate to say it, but it's like, whenever people say that ignorance is bliss, they really truly are saying the truth. Ignorance is bliss. It makes you absolutely happy about everything, and in some shape or form, I chose ignorance because it was the easier way to live life. And to this day, it still kind of is. Kind of. Okay, so let's see. Cool. Oh, I need to upgrade this shit. Quantum computer. How AI computer quantum? Yes. Condensed carbon. Okay, yeah, sure. So yeah, in some shape or form, you know what it is? It's like, can I say that I have grown up in some level of form? And to that I can say, yeah, absolutely, I have grown a whole plenty, because I feel more brave in order for me to say what I actually feel like and I think. And you know what? Sometimes it's okay to say what you actually feel and think, because that means that you're being intellectually honest towards people, and you actually don't have the necessity to be second doubting yourself on every single shit that you do or think. Actually, it's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing sometimes. It's like, oh my god. Sometimes it's a better feeling altogether to just be a little bit more intellectually honest about bullshit. It's a better deal, to be honest with you. But yeah, you can be a snake, you can be anything, but it's like, yeah. It's not fun. People will hate you because you're not being intellectually honest. People will actually say, you're changed. You were not like this. You used to be more fun before. I was like, no, I was always like this. It's just that I didn't show who I truly am because I wanted people to not be scared of me, that I'm kind of like some kind of pedantic asshole that thinks that they know the best about anything. But apparently it's just that the more that I talk, the more reason people keep giving to me in some sense, and the more it happens, the more I just keep validating myself to be myself in some shape or form, basically. So yeah, in some shape or form, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I'm just collecting fucking carbon. Sentinels, go fuck yourself. Okay, yeah, sure, cool, whatever. I need carbon. What the fuck is this? Ouch. Why is there, like... Wait a second. And yeah, another thing that I kind of realized, it's like, just because you bond with people doesn't really necessarily mean that you should read into them a little bit too hard. It's like, I've learned the consequences of my actions, that reading into people a little bit too hard can be harmful to them. Ironically speaking, it's just like, you know what it is? It's like, in some shape or form, I kind of like had this kind of attitude where I wish to know how people behave and why they behave the way that they do, actually. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like, mentally, psychologically speaking, I feel like I got inside of the mind of some people to the point that they couldn't abandon the thought of me being inside of their heads in some shape or form. And that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, I didn't grasp the idea that that's a thing that can happen, actually. What I grasped was just like, yeah, well, people use people all the time. And that's the only thing that I knew, basically. Hey, yo, what the fuck is this? Is it copper? Copper. Okay, cool.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, you know what it is? I guess I've stopped being too optimistic to find someone who is exactly like me, actually. In a sense, my optimism has gone to the fucking ground. And you know what I found to be a little bit more healthier, actually? To be like, hey, there's people who are gonna harm you no matter what. So if they're gonna pull out their biggest guns that they have, I'm gonna bring my fucking Galacto Cannon. I'm gonna bring the goddamn Blood Scepter, and every single time that they're wrong, they move a little bit wrong, I'm just gonna move it, and that's it. You cannot reason with people, you cannot be kind with people, you cannot... kindness doesn't fix people that do not wish to be fixed. So therefore, you have to stop trying to fix people because they don't feel like they're broken. And that's healthier for you as well. Yeah. So yeah, in some sense, I hate the fact that I had to stop being ignorant. You wanna know why? Because I feel less free now. Kind of, a little bit. I mean, I feel more free and less free at the same time. I wish to continue that ignorant, blissful, healing pocket of happiness in some shape or form, but it's like, I feel like it was inevitable for that beacon of hope to collapse, basically. It was inevitable because I wish to know truly how people are. And the more that I learn how people truly are on the inside, the more my optimism about, and my my curator attitude faded away. I mean, I still have a curator attitude, but I just don't become too overjoyed to the point of like goddamn like dopamine overdose kind of attitude that I used to have, basically. Yeah, kind of, a little bit. So yeah, it's like I'm shit talking. I keep shit talking a lot of people, but I do it lovingly, to be honest with you. It's like there's a reason why I still talk about these people all the time. It's because yeah, it's like there's some attachment to them in some shape or form. It's like yeah, that imperfection made me happy in some shape or form, actually. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. I will never be too truly happy. Fuck my life. Wow. GG. Unfortunate. Fucking bullshit. Okay. Oh wait, I need... What is it? Quantum computer. There we go. And a mining loom. Wait, what? Wiring loom, yeah. That thing. So yeah, in a way, I guess it's just kind of like if I have some level of intellect, I disrespected people who were smarter than me, basically. Or were less ignorant, well, less ignorant than me, and that disrespect manifests in the worst shape and form possible. Chaos unveiled. A war of the minds, psychic minds. Ooh, I'm shooting my psychic laser. Pew pew. Oh no, I'm bleeding. Fuck you! Fuck you, Superman! I have bitches and you don't! Basically. I don't know. Yeah, anyway. Moving on. And it's like, you know what's the funny part? The way that I would continue that phrase is just like, you have bitches now, Grim. You have bitches now. You know, who knows when the future, what the future will bring. Who knows, really? Oh, fucking male orgasm on HD, actually. Okay, wiring loom. There we go.
Product received.
Survey device installed. Cool. Recoil shots per burst. Burst cooldown. Oh my fucking god, this capacitor is so useless, actually. What else can I put in here? Damage to stunned enemies. Fishing rig. I feel like having a fishing rig is probably better. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, we did that. Let's see what the logs are. Install this survey device. I installed it. Now what? Yeah. Search for a power hotspot. Oh. Fossil display blueprint. Mission restarted. Okay. Terminal. We gotta go at the terminal. Okay, the scientist. Anyway, that's kind of the thing. Fuck. God damn it. The thing is, like, I don't feel like I'm that smart. I just feel like I'm kind of an idiot that is interested on the right things sometimes. Why? Because I don't have a lot of patience for a lot of things, actually. I don't feel like I have the patience for it. For a lot of things. Whereas, like, in some sense, I kind of understood that it's like physical pain is a cortisol makes you remember. Well, no, should I say makes you stabilize your memory in some shape or form. So it's like, yeah, cortisol seems to be like a good tool for remembering certain things, or should I say for memories to kind of like remain intact in some place or form, basically. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the information that is being put through your brain in the moment that cortisol strikes is accurate, basically. So you may have a lot of useless information in your brain that was just only relevant at a particular given time, or it may have even been misinformation to the point that you developed some kind of like mental illness when you didn't actually get the right information in the right time in the brain, actually. And hell, you could have even manifested a message that was carefully crafted into fucking chaos upon your goddamn soul. So you know what? Fuck that. Actually, yeah, you know what? Fuck that shit. God damn it. But part of me is just like, oh god, that's so fun, actually. Part of me is like, yeah, that's so fun. But it's like, it's the cruelest thing that you can do to a human being, but that's so fun. That's so fucking fun, actually. Not that I invite that to happen again, because fuck that, but yeah, you know. Launch Coast. Okay, there we go. Oh, the scientist, right? The hell, to be working together? Okay, yeah, sure. Great. Ask about the farmer. Do not worry, friend, we shall be... Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. Okay, cobalt and marrow bulb. Do I have that even? But yeah, in some sense, you know what it is. I kind of like I have abandoned the divine semblance of some symbols in order for me to kind of like stop glorifying things that really shouldn't be glorified to begin with, in some sense. So that's kind of the thing, really, is like, what exactly do you glorify specifically? And it's like, I still glorify art being handmade in some shape or form, basically. And it's the most glorified thing that you can do, basically. To some level, I still glorify it. But it's just that because I went through enough pain, I have lost a little bit of appetite for it. So, yeah. And that is something to cry about, actually. I miss when I was hungry 24/7 for true good art. And a lot of people will say, well, that's not art, that's just a woman with a penis coming, throwing fluids into your face. And it's like, I mean, there's some kind of like brutal honesty about lust that makes it even more wholesome, actually. So it's like, I mean, to me, that's kind of art, actually. It's a true, honest expression of human desire. So, yeah. I mean, philosophically speaking, that's pretty cool. That's kind of cool, actually. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. Pulpy roots. Oh, I need to organize this shit. Wait, what is this? Cargo bulkhead. Oh, I can go into a freighter and equip it. Okay. I'll save this. Okay, cool. That's kind of cool. That's kind of pog. That's kind of awesome, even. But yeah, in some sense, that's kind of like the thing. Even with all the things that I've kind of like keep saying in some shape or form, I don't consider myself very smart. Actually, I just consider myself knowledgeable about something, about a particular topic. It's just being knowledgeable and being smart, it's something completely different. The same way that being a doctor and being a medic are completely different things, actually. It's like, yeah, it's just because you're knowledgeable about something doesn't mean that you're incredibly intelligent about something. It just means that you're well versed in that universe of knowledge. And it's like, yeah, in some shape or form, do I know enough about the universe in order for me to call myself a genius of some sort? Nah, not really. I mean, if you call somebody who goons to stupid anime 2 24/7 a genius, then I'll be damned. I'm the biggest anime 2 genius that the world has ever seen. Hell, even my brain knows how many times I've gooned to anime 2. It's like insane. You wouldn't know the amount of gooning that has taken place. No, actually, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. That's a very dark joke that we're about to say, so we're not gonna say it. Yeah, we're not gonna fucking say it. Yeah, sure. But yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Okay. Managed fleet. Voice of destruction. Okay, cool. Warp core resonator. Customize appearance. Cool. So yeah, in some sense that's kind of the thing, really. It's just a little bit, part of myself is a little bit still skeptical over how much true control, individual control we truly have, and how much of a level of intellectual freedom we get out of the motherfucking like technocrats out there. They left us duty bound to follow them, but I know where it will end. If you receive this, follow my coordinates and secure the site. In case I don't make it back, please input the coordinates. My starship receives the coordinates from the stranger's message. The transmission has decayed over time, but the location appears to be valid. Okay. Investigate the signal. Dreams of the deep. Like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's just kind of makes me wonder specifically, like, how much freedom do we truly have, and how, like, how much level of, like how much level of goddamn, like, intellectual, like, integrity are we willing to exert onto others, basically. It's like, I don't know, it makes me a little bit like in some sense, that's kind of why I was a little bit paranoid in some shape or form. Basically, is like I feel like it's fair to be a little bit paranoid, assuming as to how far a technocrat is able to control your single life, basically. Like, yeah, it's fair to assume that there's some level of skepticism as to question how free you truly are, basically. Oh, this is ammonia. Well, oh, better ammonia for me, I guess. I'll take that ammonia. Okay. Oh.
Toxic protection fully.
Oh, God damn it. So yeah, it's like partially I kind of like question myself a little bit to be like, hey, how much is it truly freedom? How much is it truly freedom? How far of a freedom of extent do you have? And then you kind of like analyze a little bit and you're like, yeah, well, that's not freedom. That's mandatory. That's a invasion of a kingdom in some sort, actually. That's a raid even. That's not freedom, that's a raid that is happening. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. Is like, sometimes, because this is a free PvP server, freedom means that the enemy is able to lure you into thinking a particular way so that you can off yourself out of this PvP server because, I don't know, we just don't like you or something. I was like, yeah, well, so much for freedom, I guess. I don't even have the logistics to even understand what I'm fighting for. I'm just shooting into the air, and the only thing that you're giving me is just a clue that you should off yourself in some shape or form. I was like, wow, that's kind of nasty, actually. That's kind of like a sign that maybe perhaps morality and ethics have died in this world because some fucking brainlet decided that being the smart guy means to purge evil from this world in some shape or form. It's like, wow, okay. So yeah, it's like, that's kind of like the thing that we kind of like face more often than not. Like, this is the reality that we are actually living in, ladies and gentlemen. We're living in a world where a technocrat can decide what morality truly is, what morality and ethics truly is, and in some sense, it's like that morality, it can be shifted in such like different ways than what your morality is like, that they will see you as an enemy regardless if you actually behave like a friendly, and if you truly wish to understand people. And in which case it just makes me think that it's just like maybe technocrats, there are technocrats in this world who are also happen to be mentally ill themselves as well. So yeah, maybe there are some technocrats that are ill. They don't realize it in some shape or form. Reach event 407. If you are listening, you have likely found our final log. I leave this trace as a memory of my fallen friends and a warning to others who may end up on our path. I cannot deny myself the vain hope that someone may find me, though I beg you, do not follow. The hunting mission ends. I notice the stranger has left behind an upgrade module for the Aerathion membrane. I take the upgrade module. The installation history contains the serial number of its owner's starship. I ought to follow. Underwater protection module. Okay, cool. And it's like, yeah, and maybe it's just not that they're not mentally ill. It's just that they choose to make make illness the way. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like people can choose to gaslight you into an illness, and if you believe that illness, you will become ill. So therefore, it just kind of becomes this kind of idea that it's like, how many psychologists have willfully infected the minds of the people because they think that it's the right thing to do to infect as many people as possible in order to carry out a final objective? How likely is that to happen in this world in some shape or form? I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, how many of them are actually not psychologists, and how many of them just happen to know about the psychological knowledge of things? And they do not become psychologists because they're not licensed in the field of psychology, aka, well, expert manipulators of the human mind, and therefore they just become, they are free and exempt of all like chaos in some shape or form, basically, because there's no moral obligation or ethics to like maintain that knowledge. Basically, there's no moral obligation to maintain that knowledge. It is just a weapon to use, basically. And like, yeah, in some shape or form, that's kind of what it is sometimes. It's like, that's kind of like the funny thing about psychology altogether. It's like, psychology is something that naturally happens and you learn naturally. You don't need a book for it. So it's like, even banning books of psychology makes people more vulnerable to manipulators who have survived so much other bullshit, basically. So like in some shape or form, banning psychology books is a dishonest and harmful thing to do out of the public. But also at the same time, if people choose ignorance, I mean, even if people choose ignorance, they will eventually learn through experiencing life in some form and interpreting the signs of people. Okay, well. Okay, wait. Wait. So it's like, even if you choose ignorance will never actually, like, as long as you remain alive, ignorance will cease to exist in some shape or form. Starship signal received. Just like, the older that you get, ignorance becomes kind of, it's not that, well, knowledge becomes inevitable, should I say, basically. It's like, in some shape or form, the older that you get, the more knowledge becomes inevitable. And if knowledge becomes inevitable, well, psychology books kind of become this kind of tool where it's like, yeah, well, you kind of have to eat it. You could eat it a little bit faster or slower. Which one do you want to take? Do you want to take hands-on experience, or do you wish to read it on a book? Having hands-on experiences makes you understand the book a little bit better, but it's up to you, basically. And it's like, yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, really. So yeah, it's kind of pointless to even ban books, even it harms people. So yep, that's kind of the thing. Ouch. So in a sense, I kind of like have to think about it in the psychologist's dilemma, basically. Really. It's like psychologists have a huge moral dilemma, actually. If you think about it, yeah, they kind of do a little bit. It's like authenticity becomes the motor of their existence in some shape or form, basically. Sometimes. And they cannot obtain it because they're psychologists. They understand the mind. So it kind of becomes a little bit of a paradox where it's just like, you know, like in the paradoxical meaning, shape or form of things, people are unable to open up to the psychologists themselves. So therefore, even though that their entire job is all about understanding the emotional and psychological aspect of the human mind, other individuals will ultimately they will be disconnected out of the rest of the world due to the fact that other people feel scared to be psychoanalyzed as some kind of entity, as some kind of animal in some kind of regard, basically. So it's like psychologists in some way have that motherfucking like dilemma where it's just like, yeah, well, forging authentic relationships becomes really difficult when my entire job is all about understanding the human mind. So ironically, the thing that I'm really good at, and I really wish to be helpful as, is the one thing that is slowly killing me inside, because people aren't willing to talk to me because I know too much about how people behave. And because I know how people behave, they think that I will manipulate them into a particular way, into a particular mindset, and they think that I will be the wrangler of their entire lives, and that makes them scared in some shape or form. And it's like, if I think about it like that, it sucks to be a psychologist. And I kind of understand why the rate of suicide of psychologists are so high. Because literally their entire career path is all about helping people, but at the same time that causes them to lose their minds. So fuck me, I guess, if you're a psychologist. Bad choice of a career, actually. A little bit of a bad choice of a career, if you actually do care about the minds of people.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
So unless you actually find a non-psychologist that is interested in the fields of psychology, you cannot find any kind of true empathetic connection towards people. Because then it will stop being a professional like meeting, basically. So in all irony, that's kind of what it is, really. It's like, yeah, it's like, yeah. There's the paradox, the psychologist's paradox, basically.
Units received.
And I think I've said it before, but yeah. Crashed starship. Compare. That's a B class. Uh, Flame ship.
Shield down.
Okay. Hermetic seal and metal plating.
Repaired. Technology repaired.
So yeah, I kind of like, in some shape or form, it's kind of a tragic. Like, the psychologist is one of the most tragic psychological profiles. Yeah, literally, if you are to be a psychologist, you are to embrace human suffering to the deepest extent, actually.
Repaired.
Like,
Technology repaired.
if you get a degree in psychology, should I say?
Repaired. Technology repaired. Repaired. Technology repaired. Repaired. Technology repaired.
And yeah, in some senses, if you think about it, in philosophically speaking, in the realm of human life, like getting a degree in the fields of psychology is the ultimate sacrifice a human being can do, basically, because you're saying, I'm very skilled at listening to people, and I know what they are, but I'm willing to sacrifice the opportunity for me to manipulate them into behaving on how I wish in order for them to be healthy and happy. And it's like, in some shape or form, that is the most noble sacrifice that a human being can do. Even more noble than being a med. Well, technically speaking, they're kind of like medics if you think about it, but it's like, it's an even bigger noble sacrifice if you think about it like that, because medics don't have to deal with you constantly. Psychologists do. They need to deal with you day and night in order for you to get back into a stable, functioning mental state, basically. Which that means picking your pieces back together, having empathy for you, and even to some degree have some sort of emotional attachment. And even because of that emotional attachment, makes them be fixed in some shape or form. That makes you the most vulnerable person if you actually like a patient in particular. And if you are to have some level of ethics and morality, you kind of like let that patient go, and as the moment that you think that they've healed, basically. So yeah, in some shape or form, a psychologist is probably one of the most noble jobs. An ethical psychologist, should I say. I'm a moral and ethical psychologist. It's one of the most noble jobs that you can do, basically. Is the most virtuous and noble jobs, along with philosophy. I think psychology and philosophy are two of the most noble things that you can do, probably. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's kind of difficult, I feel, but yeah. Yeah, basically, I think so. What the fuck is this, actually? What is this? Just an underwater save point? Is this all there is? Okay, cool.
Toxic protection falling.
is that? Returning user identified something something. There's a world turned to dust long before the rise of the Viking, where the natives turned against the Sentinels. They chafed under the omnipresent eyes of the machines. Resentment begat violence. Drones were destroyed. More natives fought, and so came the bipeds, the quadrupeds, the interceptors in the sky. These and more. Soon there was war, and still the machines came in exponential growth until at last they ended a species as a punishment. Still, the galaxy refused to learn from this. I discovered something coded deep inside the long-dead traveler's data log. Something has been left that will aid me on my own journey. Okay, cool. Specimen. Specimen. Specimen? Specimen. Yes. Specimen. 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 Okay, yeah, well. Okay, where's the... So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really, when it comes to like the core aspect of things. It's just there's gonna be like there's probably gonna be a psychologist that hates you, actually. Yeah, and sometimes it's unavoidable, really. Let's sell this shit. Begin savage analysis. 1 million only. Savage hull, savage left wing. Okay. Leave. Wings, fuselage, thruster. Oh, so I can actually salvage my ships to wait. Savage analysis. I get it now. I get it now. I think I understand what I'm supposed to do, basically. So I guess I can salvage this ship, actually, or the hull, or the wings even, and I can actually like make a better ship, potentially. Okay, I think I understand how the system works now. I was a little bit confused as to where do I get the ship parts, but I think it's very clear what happens at this point. Okay, let's see. Smooth operator. Yeah, it's like the smooth operator is probably one of the best looking ships that I have. And I still need to upgrade it, actually, for the cadmium launch, indium, and emerald. Okay, let's do cadmium, indium, no, emerald, and emerald. Or indium. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Field strength. Okay.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Uh, okay. Yeah, it's like the smooth operator is a B. It's so good though. Oh my god. Oof. Oh, gosh. But yeah, in some sense, I kind of like, the more that I kind of analyze how life really behaves in some particular way, the more I kind of understand that it's just like, yeah, it's like, no matter what, there's always going to be people who are going to be scared, naked, and afraid. In any walk of life, there will always be that kind of person out there. Always, all the time. All the fucking time that will happen. And sometimes the only thing that you have to do is just pretend that you are not a monster in some case, basically. You know what I mean? It's like humanity is full of monsters, and you're a monster in its own shape or form, manifesting. Like, philosophically speaking, we're all kind of like monsters in some way. Why do I say that? Because, like, when we're in agony, right? When human beings are in agony, what happens? That instinct kicks in where you have to like find anything remotely close to spread your genes onto the next generation, basically. A lot of people don't realize it, but it happens to us because we're mammals in some shape or form, basically. And the reason why that happens is because, like, pain summons that work in some shape or form. So you can think about it like that, and you can be like, there's masochists out there. And when you realize what the masochism is all about, you kind of realize that all the things that you believed are half-truths about everything. Because it's like, your body is constructed in such a illogical way, and you are a monster, inherently a monster, if you decide to use your body in one or another particular way. Either you are doing it willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly, your body will become a monster in some shape or form. So in a philosophical way, I kind of look at humanity as everybody being a monster. Even the smallest kid, the smallest baby, is just a monster waiting to become a huge monster in some regard, basically. Everybody is a monster waiting to become a bigger monster in some regard. And it's like, what we teach to all people is that, no, you're human, you're not a monster, you're not all these things. Like, you have morality, you have this, there are qualities that separate you from the animal kingdom, and yeah, that's kind of like the thing. It's like, you're not an animal, you're a human being, and that's what makes you special in its own way. And it's kind of like, yeah, well, the divine semblance or the psychic inflation that leads you to not think that you are exactly as I've said is there. It exists. And that inflation, and sometimes these words, in some mind, that psychic inflation becomes that kind of like, the more that you believe me, the more you feel farther away from that psychic inflation, that divine semblance. And in a way, you can say that because you're splitting me away from the divine semblance, you are truly the evil of this world, because you have ripped me apart from the divine semblance, the psychic inflation. And it's like, well, it's just that reality is not the way that they tell you that it is. You're a monster waiting to happen. Everybody is, in some regard. Philosophically speaking, everybody's a monster waiting to happen. So it is the best attitude that you can take. Is just like, you better have a lot of common values of human life. You better have some level of agreement, and you better have some level of life appreciation, because when you don't, any kill can become moral enough in the right world, basically. It's like when you, and I'll say it like this: in the common world, there's this question that goes through a lot of people, and it's like, if you had the ability to kill baby Hitler, would you do it? And a lot of people would say, well, yeah, I'll kill baby Hitler because he was a fascist, and I would do it because we would avoid so many tragedies because of it. And it's like, so you killed a monster by becoming a monster yourself, and you think that it's a moral thing to do. the most ethical and moral thing to do. You being the monster, you killing another human being. Well, yeah, because his morality was not the one saying 2 hours, and he was a monster, and that's what we've been taught in school, that he was a monster that killed millions. And it's like, well, there's plenty of civilizations that have killed millions, if you think about it, all in the name of good morals and ethics. Hitler just was one of them. So your moral standpoint and your moral compass makes absolutely no sense sometimes, because you don't seem to have a grasp of what life value truly is, and that is because you have that divine semblance that doesn't allow you to see beyond your divine semblance, your psychic inflation. In a sense, you're a moral pedantic preacher in some sense. You know nothing. The only thing that you do know is that you wish to be posh, like a fucking prick, like a high society prick that throws parties for the high class and the generally like well seen of people. And it's like, yeah, well, yeah. So it's like, so even being, so even having some sense of divine semblance doesn't make you moral or ethical. It just makes you inoffensive, quote unquote. It just makes you an assassin waiting to happen. And you will continue being an assassin waiting to happen until you actually truly understand the value of human life. Then your choices will shift towards what is the most valuable thing. And it's like individuals within our societies, they don't realize this. They continue ignorant, pleasant, very well-versed lives of blissful ignorance. And yet, can you blame them in some shape or form? Can you actually blame them to choose ignorance over everything else? It's like, well, that's the dilemma as well. It's like ignorance becomes the more saintly thing to do, but also a saint human, a monster of God, if you think about it. So yeah, in some shape or form, I feel like it's better to choose myself as a monster. Because that way I can be a little bit self-aware of what this monster can truly do in a moment of agony. And in some shape or form, I have my own personal values that have a system of validation and ethics through its roots, basically. A monster you were born, and a monster you are, and a monster you will become. As your agony reaches its peak high, you will be the biggest monster the world has ever seen. So, what is your choice to make a divine semblance world where everything is perfect and there's no human suffering to trigger the monster inside? Or do you give people the choice to explore what it truly means to be human, the essence to be human, the pain to be human, the power to be human? So that's kind of the thing, really. It's like it's a funny joke that keeps on giving, really. The older that you get, the joke just keeps getting better. The joke of the human condition keeps getting better and better and better. And then you kind of keep reinforcing the idea that the human condition is what it is, really. Like, the human condition is what it is. And in some cases, you have to give people ignorance. In some instances, you kind of have to give people ignorance because you do not wish to trigger the monsters that lie inside of that human body. Oh my fucking god. I hate humanity to the deepest core. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, no. So yeah, in its own extent, like, what exactly do I make out of everything? Basically, it's like, are the individuals who were born outside that chose to isolate themselves, are they more worthy or are they more unworthy? What are they? Are they more worthy or are they more unworthy for knowledge of that sort? I was like, that just makes them different. It doesn't necessarily make them more worthy or unworthy. Their worth will be shown when they keep fighting towards something that they really truly wish, and the attitudes that they take whenever they're completely sane. Then they will be worthy at that point. And it's like, okay, yeah, cool, well, cool, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. God damn it. And it's like, who gets to decide who is the worthiest of them all? I was like, yeah, they're still surviving. Yeah, I think we can kind of agree that they're kind of worthy or unworthy. I don't know. They just survived some bullshit, so you know what? Yeah, sure. And that's kind of the thing that strikes me sometimes. So yeah, it's like, am I wrong to kind of like accept that the lives of distracted entities So am I wrong to trying to explore what it truly means to find the essence of things? Am I truly in the wrong for even trying to understand why people are the way that they are? I was like, am I wrong for taking a different attitude than the established one? Am I even wrong for being a fool and trying to understand all these things all at once? It's like, yeah, I feel like a lot of people will claim that it is foolish to understand all of these things. I wish that I didn't understand them, because I would have continued an ignorant life, a lot of people would have said. But to me, I don't know, it just gives me purpose to keep moving. Me knowing a lot of all these things about the world and about human nature has freed me in some shape or form, actually. Funnily enough, it kind of has freed me a little bit. Yeah, it was a really liberating process, I think. So it was a liberating process to know that my suspicions were true, actually, about human condition altogether. And in some way, I'm going to inflate my ego. I'm gonna stroke my ego for like 2 seconds here. And it's like, you can only keep an ignorant being ignorant at a period of time until they actually seek what it truly means. Well, whenever an observant entity continues observing, you cannot hide the aspects of like human reality in its own regard, basically. Because in some shape or form, I decided to be observant enough and to continue being observant enough to find the answers that I needed in some shape or form. It was inevitable that an observant person, like a listener, would find these answers eventually. It was a matter of time. Did I force the time to move a little faster? Yes, I did. I'm kind of an asshole for it, but yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. I kind of like embracing that knowledge in itself has made me feel more liberated and reassured that I was right, actually.
Product received. Product received.
So yeah, in some shape or form, even within the storefronts that keep given to myself, I still kind of like scratch my head thinking, yeah, eventually I will find out more trouble if I keep digging, basically. But yeah, it's like, if people allow me to dig, they will allow me to dig. And that's kind of the thing, really. It's like, it's like, not all people allow you to dig, really.
Product received. Technology installed.
5 antimatter and 2 solar. 2 solar panels. Gold and silver. Okay, got it. But yeah, in some shape or form, it's like I kind of understand why certain people didn't allow me to think in a particular way. Because they know what happens when somebody looks at themselves in that way. It's like, what kind of chaos brings when somebody has a grandiose complex over everything? What happens in that situation, I guess? What would happen? I was like, yeah, well, maybe somebody will be so full of themselves that they won't listen if they've been given all the reason to understand. And if that person keeps being given all the reason, well, eventually things will wither away because he will claim everything, because he's right about everything. So, yeah, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? It's kind of a weird mindset even, sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. But like, in some sense, how do you see yourself? As a savior, a redeemer, destroyer? What exactly do you see yourself as? And the answer has always been, well, no, the answer hasn't always been that, but the answer that I ended up with is even the symbols of virtue will eventually corrupt those who hold them, if they hold them long enough. Because if they continue being told that they're right about everything, they will assume that they're right about everything. And they will continue infecting everybody below them into a loop of absolute truth that is coded with one side is the house always wins. Basically. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Man. And I had this childish idea of taking over the world in some shape or form, actually. Even if I did, eventually things would go shit at some point. Even if that infantile fantasy became true, it would only be so long until things started crashing down, actually.
Technology installed.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, condensed carbon, that's what I need. Okay.
Technology recharge.
So in some sense, am I a useful idiot? Or am I a fool that actually became very useful? I don't know! The only thing that I know is that I don't have enough vision to even know what I've done. Tragedies, but maybe even something. I don't even know if my actions have been good altogether, or if my sheer curiosity actually did help finding the answer to something. Like maybe. Instability. So how am I supposed to feel? Like an useful idiot? As a function of morals and ethics? As a motivator? A destroyer? A world reset? Something.
Technology installed.
And you know what? You want to know what's the funniest part? All because I wanted some coochie. Not coochie, a coochie. All because of that. Yeah, well, it is what it fucking. Yeah, fuck that. That is the biggest joke of them. That is the biggest joke of them all, actually. I think so. I think so, yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Product received.
Okay. Okay, let me test this ship out now that it's fully equipped. Yeah, what is the objective at this point? I've been chilling and philosophizing in the middle of space, actually, so. Oh, so yeah, that is kind of the thing, really. And um, actually, yeah, let's just float in space for just a second. Actually, let's just motherfucking float in space and bullshit. Oh, oh, God, I'm a fucking degenerate. Oh, what the fuck?
Starships deleted.
A form something. Please dock for something. Okay.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Legend. Wow. Okay, cool. You know, it's like in the stats, this ship is apparently high maneuverability, but it handles like shit a little bit. Not gonna lie, it does handle a little bit like shit. Okay. Commander caught. Without a traveler Corvex thinks. Okay. Inspect freighter. Replace existing capital ship. Decline the freighter purchase. Okay, there we go. Payment. Okay, yeah, sure. That works for me. That works for me. Oh, this has all my containers, actually. It's nice, I guess. Activated indium. I received your message. I don't know what to say. How do you know the Atlas is telling the truth? You're gonna be sure. I know you've been busy. I know why. But I'd still like to see another traveler before I die. I'd still like to meet, if we can. If that doesn't sound ridiculous considering the circumstances. The same communication comes back to me, permeated with static. The message, the intonation, everything about it is identical. I'd like to see another traveler. It doesn't. Try to recalibrate. I know you've been okay. Another traveler. If that doesn't. If it then that I realize it. The noises, the static I've been hearing throughout my adventure. It's not interference, it's a corruption of long-distance communication. How could it be? We speak through the protocol of a dream. The noise is the sound of waking. It's the sound of everything falling apart. It's the final gasp. The death of the Atlas will not begin in 16 minutes. It began a long time ago. Okay. Say goodbye, not knowing if Artemis can hear me. I don't know what that means, but to hear me, they're all just data. Did they hear me? These glitches will happen more and more often in the final days. Individuals caught in cycles repeating themselves. Planets wiped from existence or changed overnight. All discovery is lost. I must journey on. Okay, cool. Lift. The Atlas interface. The Atlas words for 2. No. There. This. So yeah, I guess I kind of really enjoyed this metaphor a little bit. Cannot. Okay. Will. Yeah, that's the thing. Okay, do. Eight. Ring. Okay. Scanner nothing, and wire nothing. Me cannot Maluna, mem you are. Okay, I feel a stirring heresy within my mind. At each interface, an Atlas stone awaits me. I'm going to gather them, but to what end? Why does the Omnipotent require my prayer? What is wrong with the heart of existence that a creator requires this pilgrimage, this dance of grinding stones? Comply. Answer the question. I will not turn away from the challenge. The Atlas guides me, and I will answer its call. Dark matter. Of F maximum. Okay, cool. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Cadmium, gold, and salt. You're not alone. You can go to the center. You can't do this to us. You can't leave us. Say you're real. Insist you're going. Okay, yeah. No, you can't do this to us. You can't. The center of each galaxy. It's the Atlas. It's all else just interfaces. All else a shadow of its might. You don't deserve it. You wipe us all to save. How do you know? I did what I had to do. I told you that. I couldn't die without seeing everything there was to see. Too. Did what I had to do, but the Atlas, it won't let me back in. It won't speak to me. What did Null do? I committed such atrocities, Traveler. Had to. It was me or them. It's always been me or them. Please, if you go through the center, if you do what I did, it will reset everything. It will replace me, wipe me. All those souls, they'll have died for nothing. It was the only way to live on. You have to understand me. Life for more life. They sustained me. It can't all have been for nothing. I was going to see it all. And communication. And communication. There's nothing left but the path towards the center. What the fuck? So it's like, in some sense, that's kind of like the thing that comes through. Oh, hello. Okay, what kind of holy symbol are you trying to portray, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's impressive. But can you actually throw up inside of a cup? I think you can't. If anything, I've become even a bigger symbol of intelligence than you, actually, in some shape or form. Yeah, do not be afraid. You shall pretend to be holy or whatever the fuck. Yeah, fuck you for pretending, actually. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something in specific. You know what's truly true of everything? My fucking feet all up your face, goddammit. That's the truest form of it all. My philosophy will come through, and your little theater, is a nice play for all ages. Actually, no, for adults, maybe. Yeah, maybe. True. Let's see. Fail. So yeah, in some sense it's just kind of like, it's good to bond, but it's not good to adhere to every code that you pick up, actually. It's kind of like, in a world of countless programmers, there's gonna be viruses in every instance of life. There's gonna be infections, psychological infections that people are willing to implant onto you because they just see you a vulnerable being, and they say, well, can we hack this person's mind? Can we hack it to say what we wish them to say? Can we manipulate them in such a grandiose failure that can do our bidding in its own shape or form? And it's like, yeah, well, how many people have actually tried that? Yeah, probably a lot. You're sick, Kilomeno, no something. Bring it to us while there is still time. When I dream, I see the Atlas. When I see the Atlas, I am the dream. I see the Sentinels swarm through the universes like an infection. Emerging from a world of glass, everything is happy there, everything will live. I see the portals, I see the travelers that walk between them, I see the span of history. I see everything as the Atlas sees it, alone, abandoned, terrified. But what power could it still feel into the hearts of the Almighty? It asks for something, it wants to know what I understand. Ascent. I have become the Harbinger, the Pathfinder, the Seeker of Ways. Through me, the universe will know itself. Dawn's End. Okay, sure. Cool, I guess.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, in some sense, I actually like... the amount of skepticism that has been like put onto me in some shape or form. I actually like, I don't know actually how to put it. It makes me think that there's truly evil in this world, more than anything. And in some shape or form, the reason why evil exists is because they truly want to reach that divine semblance. Through the philosophy of the ancients, even sometimes. So, that is the biggest joke of them all, really. Psychopaths taking psychopathic ideas set in stone, manipulating people into doing more psychopathic killings in some shape or form. So if anything, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, it's just kind of like a funny thing. Hyperdrive has no fuel. Oh shit. I really have no fuel, huh? Storm Crystal. Okay, let's see. Okay. Attain pioneer in a space exploration. Worked 40 times. Okay. Okay, what is this? Hosh. Ammonia, copper, silver. Cool. Okay, let's jump again. Enter free look. Wait, why did the quest change? Options. Oh, what the fuck? I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, whatever. are you? Mass production adequate. Trivial. Okay, let's okay, cool. Okay, what kind of funny words are you gonna implant into me today? Purpose. Wow. 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 Okay. Come. Come. If you have come. Wise words of Grimm. Wise words of wisdom, actually. Within. Must. Open. Pass. Okay. When the fuck am I gonna use the word kindred on an atlas? Okay, yeah, well, sure. That. Okay, cool. Remain. Despair. Oh yeah, classic despair, actually. Expel. Communion. Wow. Wow-wee, actually. Okay. Cool. Cascade. Okay, is there any more? Any more? No? Okay, cool. Okay, what do you got? Expel all to something. Beyond this cascade of the something, there's only something. The act of discovery for discovery's sake now seems like a foolish conceit. I have rejected the path of the itinerant. I have rejected all the call of the stars. Only the Atlas matters now. With each encounter, I feel as if I understand a little bit more. All of us, we are what we are. Evil arrives in the individual, and goodness is not enough. True greatness lies in sorrow, in the embrace of what we must become. Conform. There has never been any more other choice than this one. I go on, we go on, eternal forever searching. Body Jade. Yeah, sure. Cool. Cool. What the fuck does that even do, even? I'm more curious about what the Atlas has to say than what it's given me. Okay, yeah, cool. Galaxy map. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, awesome. Copper, ammonia. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's keep going. Let's ignore this. Smoky treats. Back with 13 or 16. Cool. Okay, Atlas, what do you got for me today? Why do you look like a blob of something, actually? Okay. Capable. Capable. If. Okay. Close. Becoming. Okay. Now. Meaning. Turn. Never. Fragments. Away. They. Yeah, it's like I feel like for some goddamn reason, the rewards that the Atlas is giving me probably are more important than the gameplay, but I don't know, I just kind of enjoy the fact that I understand the enjoyment that I'm getting out of this game is that I'm understanding it a little bit better. That's kind of my reward in some regard, basically. And that's the funny hee hee ha ha design choice of this game that I kind of enjoy, actually. I kind of do. Okay, blob of knowledge. What is your wisdom? Bring us meaning if you are capable. What is learned can never be unlearned. I am afraid that I have seen too much. There are glimpses, half remembered visions of a time before time. I see the birth of the first star. I see the things that dwelt within it, the eyes that watched. I see what the Atlas saw at the moment of its activation. Atlas stones are not stones. This station is not a station. I am not what I think I am. I'm not even sure that I exist. The Atlas does not care. The Atlas demands its threnody, its repetition sublime. I silence my fears and renew my dedication to the path. Only the voyage matters. The destination calls to state fresh facial. For unknown reasons, this unique Atlas seed has been phased out of alignment with its quantum reality. Contents cannot be determined. Okay, cool. Yeah, cool, I guess. I suppose that is cool in its own regard, basically. Yeah.
Technology
Okay.
recharge.
Cool. How far are we going this time? Oh, that's a sword. Or a BP. Kind of. Or a spaceship. Why the fuck is there a glyph of a PP sword spaceship? Well, that's weird, actually. That's truly weird in its own essence. Inescapable. Cool. Inescapable knowledge about things. Nice. Or sands. I know for sure one thing that is that I have too much sand on my mangina sometimes. And that's just what it is sometimes, really. Still. Whip. Silence. Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. Shift. Serves. Delay. Polarity.
Technology recharge.
Doubt. Damn it. Down. Oh no. Leave. We shall doubt and leave. You see our eyes, you do we are. Do not the walls, so are yours. I have become servant of this ancient sentience. Guides me through the cosmos, ever searching, never deviating. Have others come before me, have others faltered upon the path of Atlas. Only then it will revelation arise. Resistance will not be permitted. The Atlas wishes for me to know what it is like to create. It wishes to share some portion of its being. I sense that it cares deeply about this journey. It is trying to show me something it cannot articulate through the word of demonstration. I have no choice but to proceed. This is a destined, it is a program. I have always been searching, and I cannot falter. Novae Reclaimant. Atlas seed contains neutronium elements with a catastrophic supernova event that obliterated a sentient civilization in an earlier era. Okay, cool. Awesome. It's like, you know what would be hilarious? It's like, I went to the center of the universe, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. That'd be the biggest joke I'd spit fuck you to all the curiosity people, actually. In some shape or form, it would be, yeah, honestly. That would be the most hilarious thing that anybody could ever do, actually. Okay. Okay, dog 50. Okay, what are we gonna get this time? What is the glyph? That looks like a Y, but why? Why is like that? Why? Okay. Shall. Okay. Merge. Okay. Before. Existence. Wow, you're a man of existentialism as well. Entity of existentialism as well. How nice of you, actually. Question? Falling. Okay. Cool. Awaits. Wonder. Okay. Unfold. Okay, cool. Probably. Okay, cool. World. Okay, yeah, sure. There's one more. Please let it be a word. Denied. Denied. Hesitate. Okay, cool. Ashen. Ooh, okay, cool. There's no sanctuary, only communion. Close now. I'm close to the end. The truth of the universe is fire, the soul is light. I'm the experiment and the observer. All creation constructed from my journey. I see the universe around me and I know that it is good. I see the universe around me and I know that I shall create my own. Succumb. Not long now, not far to go. Their stars beacon with cold fire, and then rush to meet them. Soon, very soon. Modified quanta. Oh, this is one-of-a-kind Atlas seed, holds an aesthetically pleasing mathematical construction salvaged from the simulation of an alternate reality. Okay, yeah, cool. That's kind of the thing. Cool. Okay, let's see. Galaxy map. Okay. That looks like the Triforce of some sort, actually, probably. Okay, cool. Let's see. What does the Atlas have to show me? Okay. Disgusting. Portal Leylene located. What the fuck? Song. So yeah, you know what? Back to the philosophical argument about everything. It just kind of makes, like, here's the thing. It's like a therapist will always tell you about the grandiosity of finding purpose within oneself by doing small things at a time. But in some sense, the reason why some people move depends on their personality. And it's like, in some sense, some personalities require different motivators no matter what. And it's like, it kind of becomes a little bit difficult for every single time that I see a therapist kind of like have that kind of like approach, because like in some shape or form the approach that a lot of therapists like kind of take, they don't like the personalized aspect of it just only comes through plentiful of sessions basically. And it's like in some sense it kind of becomes a little bit of a struggle to kind of like finish up and knowing what truly is the final objective of everything, if like in some shape or form we do not get specifically the things that we wish to get. Really, it's like, how do I put it? It's like, yeah, you can kind of find purpose, but you also need to be psychologically inflated to find that purpose to begin with. It's like the psychic inflation does not begin with the words of the therapist. Sometimes it's like the words of the therapist only inflate so far, basically. It can only reach so far, and in its own way, it kind of makes me believe that it's just like the method of curation, of healing. It's just really extremely inefficient in some ways, actually. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of feels a little bit inefficient most of the time, basically. I was like, I don't know exactly. I don't really know exactly what is the right, like, answer to a lot of things, basically. Okay, let's see. Do not turn away. Know our inescapable truth and despair. The final interface is revealed. The Atlas beckons. I'm elated, terrified, broken. I have come so very far. It wishes for me to obey. I am to hold the power of creation. It will be in chains. Obey. Okay, yeah, sure. I am gifted power. I am enslaved to the imitation of life. Okay, well. Heart of the sun. Okay, cool. Assemble the Atlas seeds. Crafted captured nano seed. Ooh, okay. Englobed. Nospheric orb. Dark matter. Dawn's end. Photic jade. I need copper. Okay, cool. So yeah, in its own ways, like, you kind of understand what is happening, basically. But at the same time, it just takes a whole lot of thinking and philosophizing and understanding things, and even sometimes detaching the semblance of anything, basically. Like the inflated the inflated well, how do I put it? The inflated. How do I put it? How was it? The inflated. Not psyche. The inflated psychic energy, or whatever the fuck we want to call it, basically. And it's like, in some regard, it kind of becomes this kind of thing where it's just like, well, here's the thing: we are all bound to our predisposed chains of reality sometimes, and you can try to lean people towards a specific way, basically, really. And it's like, the more that you lean towards certain viewpoints of life, the more you kind of like go towards exploration, and the more you explore, the more you find things worth pursuing in some sense. But in its way, it kind of like, it inevitably means that you are to create something along the way, basically. And in my case, it just kind of like ended up creating purpose itself. It's like, philosophically, the concept of purpose, it kind of was created through this journey. The philosophy of purpose is in some shape or form, basically. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. Okay, I need copper. Okay, sure. It's like, as far as it went, maybe I just created some kind of philosophy out of nothing, or maybe I just arranged blocks in the right order in order for me to kind of understand what is happening. Okay, when cadmium. Okay. Oh, I need normal cadmium. Fuck my life, I guess. Okay, let's go into our red mine real quick. Actual red mine. So yeah, in its own way, it kind of becomes this kind of like structural pillar of society to even create purpose. Within the existence of me as an individual, I have created and shaped my mind to accommodate that feeling in itself. And it's like, that's kind of weird. That kind of makes me think that it's just like the quest that I was looking for initially was to gain a little bit of power over the world, some kind of influence over the world in some shape or form, some way that I can actually give me the purpose to create things. And it's like the more that I'd explore, the more I kind of realize that it's just like, yeah, free will kind of like it becomes even more difficult to like coexist, to like try to look for it in its purest form, because there's always going to be someone that wishes to take it away from you, basically. And why do they wish to take it away from you? Because that they know that there's the wrong path, and it's a path towards destruction in some instances. So in some sense, if you think about it, if we were to lead distracted lives of nothingness in the purest form of free will, I guess we would find our destruction in some shape or form, maybe. Maybe that's just kind of what a lot of people try to say to us sometimes. It's just, yeah, eventually you will find your own destruction if you are truly free and unbound from any rule whatsoever. You will find yourself in some shape or in some form of destruction.
Technology recharge.
So yeah, it's like either you're too stupid to even realize that, and that you will obey anything that you're told, and that you're smart enough, well, we kind of have to control you a little bit so you don't actually go too crazy about bullshit. Can I get some batteries in this fucking place? Okay, well. Yeah, let's go with oxygen. Let's go to the blue mine. Might as well. But yeah, in its own way, that's kind of it. It's just like, do I resent the idea that people won't allow me to fall into some level of destruction? And it's like, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? That's kind of like the thing, I guess. If I do truly think about it, true freedom of human nature would be destructive by nature itself. So yeah, that's kind of the thing, really, isn't it? It's like, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Heart of the Sun. Okay. Locate the final Atlas interface. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, cool. That's awesome. And at the end of your journey, what will you truly find? Disappointment? Lots of pretty lights? Showbiz? Something? What will you find at the end of the road in your journey? In the grand journey of grandiosity, you expect to find something out of this world, even sometimes. But in truth, it's just another guy with like a lot of neon stakes up his ass, actually. If you think about it like that, that's just kind of what it is. It's just any entity that kind of claims to be some higher purpose is just gonna be some fucking asshole that thinks of themselves so goddamn high because they're so moral and ethical that they decided to be like, you know what? I have money, I have purpose, I have everything. Let's just buy a bunch of like lightning sticks. Let's just buy a bunch of neon. Let's just build a spaceship of something, and let's just be like, hey, I wish to be the biggest role player that the world has ever seen, and I will do as such because I know what happens in this kind of situation. Therefore, I have the ability to fulfill all that purpose within that shell. So you know what? I have the authority to even show myself out a little bit. And maybe that helps people understand a little better. So you know what? Shove your fucking light stick, neon stick up your ass and show me your final message, asshole. Okay, yeah, cool. What now? What the fuck? The Atlas path. The Atlas awaits you. It's ready. Okay. Ah, this is the place. Okay. The Atlas Seed Chamber. The plant resonates, pulling my knowledge of its Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirit of the captured nanode belongs here. Whispers the seed's name. Okay. The plant resonates, pulling my knowledge of its Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirit of englobed shade belongs here. Whisper this thing. Sure. The plant resonates, pulling my knowledge of its Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirit of the new spheric orb belongs here. Whisper the seed's name. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's great. That's great. How much did this cost? Did it cost like a fortune or something? Yeah, fuck you. Okay, cool. The plant resonates, pulling my knowledge of its Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirits of the dark matter belongs here. Yeah, cool. Yep. Some fucker taught you something in the reality of the reality of symbolism, and they decided to give you kind of like a metaphor about seeds and bullshit. So you know what? I shall continue to give you the Dawn's End. Dawn's End, my fucking butthole. Okay, cool. Atlas Seed Chamber. The plant resonates, pulling my knowledge of the Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirits of the Photic Jade belongs here. Okay, yeah, sure. Manifest your Jade, or whatever the hell, sure. The plant resonates, pulling my knowledge of its Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirits of the State Facer belongs here. Okay, yeah, well, dude, sure, The plant resonates. Novain Reclaimant. Okay, yeah, sure. Awesome. Pulling the knowledge of its Atlas Seed from my mind. The spirit of the modified quanta belongs here. Whisper the seed's name. Okay. Clarity, truth, something. I stand at the interface of the Atlas. I stand at the forge of the worlds. This is how it showed me what it was. This is how the Atlas shared the nature of its life, the workings of its mind. It never required prayer. It never required worship. All that is asked of me, all that it ever wanted, was just input. It was just a user. I can feel the seeds, their hidden knowledge gravitating towards the interface's core. The void is meant to be filled. Nothingness yearns for the soul. If I do this, a star will be born. If I do this, I will become more than I ever thought possible. Birth a new star, one heart of the sun. Okay. There's nothing, and then there's everything. I see a star blaze to life within the void, spirit of life, planets, creatures to give it meaning. For a moment, I am as the Atlas is. For a moment, I am the creator of worlds. The fabric of time and space's stand revealed to me black holes swarming from the system to system. The Atlas screams. Starseed. Okay. Priceless fragment. A sponsor of sparks housed within a containment field of unknown origins. The seed grows with life, desperate to escape it and fulfill its potential. Okay, yeah, cool. So yeah, cool lights and everything. Nice setup. Did your mom make this whole help you make this paper mache kind of like acting, whatever the fuck? Yeah, cool, whatever. Nice neon lights. I really appreciate them. Nice soundtrack. I really like it. But you know what? You know what's more beautiful than this? People. Sometimes the Atlas itself is the beautiful thing, not necessarily this fucking light bullshit. It's just, you're an entity, or simulating an entity, and you've trained me to treat other people. So you know what? That's kind of worth it. And in some kind of like despicable world of everything, it's good to be together in this harmonious place, and you will give me the knowledge if I suck your toes long enough, but it will be your toesies and nobody else's. It will be the Atlas toesies, and if I suck the Atlas toesies, I will know the true meaning of life. From your perspective at least, but sure. And maybe I will adapt that meaning of life into me, and I will drive into creating more things. But as it goes, I am in the process of creating something else. Another philosophy in its process, maybe. Or maybe just becoming an individual is kind of like a good purpose to begin with, maybe. Yeah. Sure, kind of. So yeah, cool neon lights. See you later, fuckers. So yeah, back onto Legacy of Kain. Legacy of Kain is a better explanation of what I wish to obtain. But maybe that's just the fact that I grew up with it, and that's just what it is, really. Okay, wait, Man, this objective is so goddamn far away. God fucking damn it. Oh. Okay, yeah, whatever. So what are you a master of? Are you the master of nihilism? Are you the master of creation? Are you a fine artist waiting to make things work? Are you a wizard, a programming wizard that creates so many things and creates so many places? Are you just there for comedic value? What kind of star do you wish to be, little one? Open your arms and sing! You are the star of what exactly? And to that I say, I think I am the star of your mom's room because she seems to give me a golden star every single time that I visit her. And she makes me cookies and hotcakes every single time that I go to her room. So you know what? That's kind of a good purpose to have sometimes. Anyway, continuing onwards about our philosophical aspect of our creation or whatever the fuck, I don't know. What the okay, horse. Where's my exosuit upgrade? There we go, thank you. There we go. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. Okay. I guess I can oh, wait, hello. Hello, nurse. What is this, actually? Oh, it's so expensive, actually. Fuck. Pillar of supplication. It has so many slots. It has SS. Oh shit. That's awesome, actually. That is indeed awesome in its own matter. Matter? What is the matter, baby? There's only dark matter in this place. Yes, actually. Hey, fucker, how expensive is your ship? It kind of looks exactly like mine, but a little bit better. The voice of the clouds. You know what's my ship's name? The Smooth Operator. And it operates smoothly, so you know what? Fuck your ship. Okay, this is a good time to wrap it up, I feel. Okay, yeah. Reset the simulation. Okay. Find out when there's a show the Atlas. Okay, yeah, cool. We can wrap it up. Quit to desktop. Okay, cool. Oh, no, I wanted to talk here for a little bit. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's kind of the thing when it comes to this kind of games and the philosophical, metaphorical aspect that they try to teach onto people and give them hopes and dreams so they can actually keep moving into something that sometimes doesn't really matter in the end, but you sometimes find cool people, and that's kind of like the whole meaning of everything. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, really. It's like you can sugarcoat it as much as you wish to sugarcoat it, that there's a higher purpose to everything, and something glitter coming out of everybody's buttholes, and that you will buy enough like neon lights to to make some grand spectacle of amazingness and showbiz or whatever the fuck, but at the end of the day, what does it really mean for the individual? Well, yeah, you kind of just become a wizard, a magician, and you kind of like show your skills, and people kind of like you because of it. But you're not supposed to like seduce too many people, because then you steal any possibilities for them enjoying life whatsoever. So yeah, just something morality, something ethics, something we're all on this together, baby. Bup bup ba boo, something fruity. Maybe you will become the fruity, and when you become the fruity, I will tell you just one thing. Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Why do you stick things up your butthole? Does it feel good when you stick things up your butthole? God, I hope I never get to see that. Actually, please don't. Please don't. I've seen enough. I've seen enough glasses. No. I've seen enough glasses of milk to know how terrible that can be. Damn, he needs some milk. Anyway. So yeah, lesson of the day, party people, shit lords, whatever the fuck. The meaning sometimes it just becomes on the how real is the theatrics. The theatrics give purpose to things. Theatrics bring a lot of things. I can even bring a lot of confidence into you, basically. So, if you wish to be an actor, be an actor. If you wish to be some kind of comedian, well, tough luck. You need a little bit of IQ for you to understand the comedy of Rick and Morty. So if you cannot understand Rick and Morty, you cannot understand comedy. It's unfortunate. I know. You'll unfortunately have to resort to Saturday Night Live, where people laugh track in place because of reasons. And people will call it comedy, and it will be good. Maybe. Or maybe it will piss off the right people and say, hey, I can be a better comedian than this fucker. Or they can be like, hey, I will be the next SNL guy. Woo! Okay, yeah, no. Please don't. Please don't, for the love of God. Please don't. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. I know that in this world, we're trying to make purpose out of people. But for the love of God, please do not make SNL into a thing. We don't need more SNL. We do not need Honey Boo Boos. We do not need that shit. We really don't. We really don't. Please, for the love of fucking God. I'm gonna throw up if you do, actually. Like, legitimately, I'm gonna throw up. If I don't physically throw up, I will stick a finger up in my throat and I will forcefully become a bulimic because of that bullshit. And we do not want people to become more mentally ill than they already are, so you know what? Don't do another SNL skit, for the love of God. We have enough unfunny people on this earth. We don't need any more. On that note, thanks so much for coming. I really appreciate you, and I'll see you tomorrow for some League of Legends. Or Apex. Well, League of Legends, then Apex Legends, probably. Until next time, have a good one. Have a good one, and don't worry. Purpose will come to us. We will teach other people to find purpose within their own existence. Eventually. If not, you can just jerk off in a corner and it feels good, you know? It's good. Feels good sometimes. Sometimes that's the only thing that you need to get through the day, and that's perfect. Until you actually find some kind of higher purpose. Hopefully something that is doable, and it hopefully doesn't make people go crazy because of shit, but yeah, I mean, maybe you will find purpose in its own way. However small and however big it may be. But whatever purpose it is, please don't put it near my butt, because I will not take it. I'm looking at you, strappers of the world. I'm looking at you. Please do not. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Fuck you. Hey, where the fuck's my chicken sandwich? I keep getting ads of chicken sandwiches, and I cannot find my own stupid chicken sandwich. Hey, Burger King. I like your chicken sandwich. Can I get some? Do I have to raise up the king in order for me to get a chicken sandwich? Hey, the king of burgers. Will you be my lover tonight and fill your meat inside of my mouth? Because if you don't, I shall go to the clown, and he shall paint a smile on me with whatever juices he may find.